Twitch, Filthy Kong is here for you! And welcome everybody to the Treehouse of Torture, the show where I play my favorite games for you guys, with a difficult twist to them. Today, we're bringing back the OG Challenge, or rather, the sequel to the OG Challenge, Donkey Kong Country 2 One Life Speedrun. Yep, also known as Filthy's Hardcore Conquest. Also, Super Duper Nintendo, thanks for showing up early. Good to see you. How are you doing? Also, Celeste Rose, thank you for showing up. How's it going? Doing pretty good myself. Anyways, I want to show you guys real quick the rules for what this challenge entails. So yep, they're pretty simple. All I have to do is defeat Captain K. Rool in less than an hour 15 minutes, and if I die at any point during the game, the run ends and I must start from the very beginning. So yep, that's the challenge for the day. Tomorrow night at 6 p.m., I'm going to be back here again playing Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. This is my very first time playing the game, so do be warned that spoilers are not to be tolerated, no matter how minor they may seem, and only give hints if I ask for them. Because I do want this experience to be as authentic as possible. So, just to let you know where I'm at in the game, I just beat the Great Bay Temple, and I'm doing a few side quests before I decide to advance the main plot. So that's where I'm at in the game. Also, thank you there for the compliment to my editing. Yep, I decided to do a little bit of animation with the rules, just for the hell of it. But anyways, let's get to the main event of the day, Donkey Kong Country 2, Filthy's Hardcore Conquest. Been a while since I've seen this screen. Actually, hold on one second. I'm actually gonna turn off the alert box for this stream. So just letting you know that there will be no alerts popping up. I've also disabled the emote wall, mainly because I want as few distractions as possible, because I do intend to give it my all in this challenge. So as you can see here, I've had 301 failed attempts, so yes, I have crossed the big number. So officially I can say this challenge has taken me more attempts than the first game. I know, shocker. The second game that's harder than the first one takes more attempts to beat in a single life. Wow, who would have thought? Pointing out the obvious aside, I was smooth. Hey, I like the Funky Kong too. I love the Funky Kong emote. You cook up some pretty good emotes there, Super Duper. But anyways, enough of the dilly-dallying. Let's get to the main event. This is going to be the 302nd attempt overall, the first of the night. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3. Oh shit. This completely fucked over my cadence with this whole thing that I usually do. 301 is over, 302 begins now. Yeah, I'm so used to the runs beginning with the number 2 that getting to the 300 marker is kind of throwing me off. But that's okay. Mochi with a gift sub to Super Duper! Yo, what's up, Pochi? Thank you so much for the gift sub. Hey, looks like Super Duper's got a whole bunch of new emotes to play with. Hope you have fun with them, courtesy of the Mochi Man himself. Good luck out there, bro. Oh, thanks, man, because I know I'm gonna need it. You like the bows emote. I swear, it's such a simple emote, and yet it's quickly become one of the most popular emotes on my channel since the day I introduced it. It comes from an old gag of my boy Six Shot Eagle, where he would play Smash Bros with us and pick Bowser, and he would keep spamming the side B, the grab move where you like slam them into the ground, and he would always say, "Hug the Bows!" And that kind of became his catchphrase, his meme, his slogan, whatever you want to call it. Pochi Mochi, what are you doing? Being awesome. That's what he's doing. I like my bonk emote. Yeah, the bonk is another classic. Comes from Monster Hunter of all things. Because I do main hammer. That is my main weapon of choice in that game. And bonking monsters on the head is just something so satisfying that has made me adore that weapon since day one. Being the best. Yeah, that's right. And he can proudly say that he has dominated Game Strain in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. There we go. During my practice, I actually struggled mightily trying to get to that warp barrel, and I was wondering, what was I doing wrong? Turns out that, if you do a light tap of the B button to do a half-height jump, it's actually not enough to reach that warp barrel, even with doing that buddy toss up in the air. So for maximum height, you need to do a full hop and then do the buddy toss. I'm glad I ironed that out in training because that has screwed me over like once or twice. Like, not frequently, but it's happened enough times, and then during practice, it got really bad. Like, I couldn't even get through 2-1 at all. And I was like, oh, okay, something's off with my technique. Like, I'm not about to blame glitches unless I have a visible proof that it was indeed a glitch that screwed me over. Exhibit A being Crockhead Clamber, the one switch that just did not activate for whatever reason. Training pays off, man. Yeah, it sure does. Now, I didn't do too much training before today, which is why I may not even come close to my goal, which is reach World 6. That's my only goal for today's stream. If I can reach World 6, not a single get good emote out of Yonton could ruin my mood, because that is a milestone that I would be very pleased to reach. And I have come very painfully close to reaching that milestone, which is why I'm so hell-bent on it. Because I know I can do it, but my controller really didn't do me any favors. What does POG mean? Pink Orangutan Gang? Good guess, but actually no. It's actually an old meme phrase. Originally, it means play of the game, with the not being part of the acronym. And it's... Are your diagonals on? I'm playing this on the Nintendo Switch. Don't... Bruh. I know you was gonna be dogging me on that, because you're absolutely right. But yeah, I'm playing this on the Nintendo Switch NSO. Alright. Alright, let's go this way. Oh no! Ah, Rambi! Dang. I don't know if it was from you or someone else, but I heard that Rambi is actually optimal for this level for getting the speedrun time. And at first I didn't really want to believe it. Oh, what the hell is momentum? But I didn't want to believe it at first because he felt so clunky and I couldn't really take full advantage of his supercharge. They used charge the whole way? Yeah, I have no idea how to take advantage of that, and I believe it. Don't worry, I believe that it is optimal, but I myself have yet to optimize my route for this one. And while I understand that I am not going for a world record or anything, understanding common speedrun tactics will absolutely help me in my cause. When I was young, I used to try that, usually dying. Yeah, typically speedrun strats that are, in theory, effective at getting a world record time, I tend to stray away from if it is too difficult to execute practically. Or if I have, or alternatively, if I do not have enough practice to execute it practically. Like, for example, aquatic ostriches in Donkey Kong Country 1. That is something I have not practiced enough to efficiently pull it off. Also, it does break a rule in the Cranky's Challenge, which is why, funnily enough, aquatic ostriches is actually banned under my rule set, and I didn't even realize it. And that is simply the fact that it is to beat the game in under an hour, with only one life. And that last part, the one life part, is the reason I can't do aquatic ostriches, because I notice you have to intentionally lose one life in order to pull it off. So, unfortunately, I ended up banning that really cool thing you showed me. I wanted to pull it off during the DKC race with Pochi Mochi, but both of us shook hands on not using glitches, as well as the fact that, again, one life run. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, I was pretty upset, though, that... Because I even told you in the DMs that I was excited to show off what I've learned. And not only A, have I not learned anything, and B, I can't even use it. It just... it did bug me that I couldn't pull it off. Because you know I wanted to do that, because I'm a silly guy. And to be able to ride on ostriches underwater in a level where that is not the intended way to play it, that just sounds like a goofy ass thing I would do. Like, that just sounds like a silly Filthy Kong moment. I know I'm not usually one for inheriting speedrun, like professional speedrun tactics, but that was one of them I wanted to do. There we go. Billy! How's it going, Billy? Sorry, bro, got the in-laws over, gotta lurk. Hope you're doing well. Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for dropping by there, Billy. Always happy to have you over here. There we go. I used to be pretty bad at this level, but getting a lot of practice done over the, God, I want to say years now that it's been that I've been trying this challenge. Ooh, ooh, that schmoovin'! That schmoove was smooth. Yeah, you can tell I'm not a professional speedrunner by any means. The fact that I do react like that whenever something super cool happens that, you know, I'm not pro enough to consistently do cool shit, so it doesn't seem as mundane. You know, that's one thing that I really love about watching speedruns, is it feels like I'm watching a magician at work. Because my level of skill isn't anywhere near enough to replicate most of the stuff I see in speedruns. And because of that, it looks like magic whenever I'm watching a speedrun. Like I am watching a master work his craft. And when I try to pull it off myself, I usually don't get successful results. But whenever I do, yeah, I tend to get really excited about it. I just can't be one of those stoic speedrunners that, like, they pull some of the craziest stunts that would normally not even look humanly possible, and yet they have the straightest expression on their face, like, oh yeah, this is just Tuesday. Like, this is just an average everyday gameplay. I am not a master by any stretch. The fact that my best time in DKC1 is, it's 53:34, I think? And that's with no deaths. I actually achieved a faster speedrun time during the DKC race with Pochi Mochi, though I did die a few times, but, so I guess my all-time fastest record recorded on this game, or rather in DKC1, is 53:03, I think. So I do not consider myself a master. There is so much I have yet to improve my craft, and boy does that make me excited, because not being a master means there's a lot more I can do to keep improving. Like, I feel like I am still miles away from the skill ceiling of this game. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I love Donkey Kong Country so much, is that it's a game that low skill level 4-year-old me adored. And yet, many years later, after getting so much better at the game through time and experience, it's still fun because I can keep learning and getting better. And the fact that it is a blast, it is absolutely fun as heck to go through that journey of getting better at the game. I mean, the fact that Pochi grew up with this game, and he had his struggles. Yes, there were some difficult levels that he had a hard time figuring out. And despite that, he still kept fighting to get better at the game and ultimately ended up beating King K. Rool. He didn't just stop there, because then Cranky Kong says the infamous line, "If I'd been playing, I would have beaten this game in less than an hour and with only one life." Hey, Burnos Chan, how's it going? But yeah, the fact that Pochi read that throwaway line, that was simply nothing more than just a funny line because it's in character for Cranky Kong to always want to brag and boast and never really acknowledge Donkey Kong's success. Because he has too much of that ego, too much of that pride in his younger years. And yet, despite it being a throwaway line, something that wasn't supposed to be taken seriously, Pochi took it seriously. And he ended up actually succeeding. And then not only did he succeed, but he enjoyed the game so much that when I was 4 years old, he saw it fit that I play that game for the very first time at the same age he was when he played the game for the very first time. And I ended up loving the game to bits. Like, it really goes to show you just how legendary the Donkey Kong Country games are. It's fun for a little kid to screw around and play as the funny monkey. And yet, there's just enough skill to where it's fun to play even when you're grown up. What happened to Chunky Kong? He's dead. Wait, what? Oh, no, don't worry, Pochi. I'm just recounting the story of how you completed Cranky's challenge for the very first time long time ago. And also why I love this game so much. And I know I'm talking about the first Donkey Kong Country, but everything positive that I say about Donkey Kong Country 1 absolutely applies to the second game as well. Because the second game itself takes the formula of the first and expands on it to become damn near perfection. And I know I'm extremely biased. I have a ton of nostalgia for this game and the first one, more so the first one. But even this game I have quite a bit of nostalgia for as well. But even then, like, the fact that I could play this game countless times over, experience some of the most painful losses whenever I attempt this challenge, and yet I still come back for more? Like, that just shows how much I love to improve at video games. I know I'm not good at it, but that doesn't mean I have to stay bad. And hey, with enough dedication, I can overcome some really tough challenges. Ah, dang it, I did not mean to do that. Ah, what the hell. We'll play the boombox. Crazy Kremland. Well, we've been in Crazy Kremland for a little bit, but yep, this is World 4, which has given me some trouble in the past. Recently, I've been able to overcome it, but even then, this is no cakewalk. There we go. I don't know if it's in a bonus level or something, but I can't seem to remember where the K letter is for this level. Did I skip over it, maybe? Like, I will skip over stuff if it's not, like, if it's not efficient use of my time. Like, I will avoid bonus levels like the plague. Because I know bonus levels are a waste of time in a challenge run like this. But now it's gotten to the point where I completely forgot where the K letter is for this level. Not that I need it, because all the Kong letters do in this game is, they give you an extra life if you collect all 4 of them, which... This is a 1 life challenge, so I effectively only have 1 life no matter how many I collect. Oh, what the? Oh, great. Alright, that's fine. I know where I can find Diddy anyways. There we go. Oh, what the? No! Wow! I got so close to the freaking barrel. Oh, what the hell, man? Oh, that... Damn! So it begins. Yep. I was this close to grab the DK barrel. Well, it's back to the beginning again for this game. Man, I was in the rhythm. I was in the flow. I don't even know how I messed that one up. Well, it is what it is. Alright, here we go. It's attempt number 303 in 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 0, 3. Alright, I think I got a new cadence that works for starting a new run. It's a little clunkier than the 200s, but it'll do for now. What's good, Filthy? Just testing a new controller with a unique amiibo feature. Ooh, okay, that sounds pretty interesting there, Clown Man. You know, for some reason I always feel like the first run of the day is my best chance at succeeding the challenge in any given stream. Because actually going through the heartache of dying deep in a run, like, it wears you down, man. And, That's why the first run of the day I'm feeling the freshest, because I haven't had my heart ripped out of my chest yet on that day. But at the same time, despite this being very much true, the one time that I did succeed Cranky's challenge, it was not the first run of the day. In fact, it was going to be the last one of the day, regardless if I succeeded or not. Like, if I failed that run, like any other run, that would have been the last one of the night, because I was just really burned out. So, maybe it's because after getting burned out, I start to build apathy? I don't know. I'm no psychology major. Relatable. Oh yeah, you were doing the egg shuttle one life challenge in Sonic Colors Ultimate. Yeah, that was pain, seeing some of the ways that you've died. Alright, 231 Crow, no damage. Not bad. There we go. Takes so long after the throw for the sound effect to play that I always get nervous right before finally hearing that barrel cannon sound. Because I know that if I mess it up, that's a time loss. It was a fun challenge to try, but man, every death hurts, especially seeing the number level I'm at. Yeah, that's why challenges like this are not for the faint of heart. Like, I commend Pochi for being able to pull this off in DKC 1, and attempting the challenge myself. It was a very tough battle. And that's why I just have so much respect for speedrunners, because, you know, this is an amateur level speedrun. This isn't a professional level. This isn't a world record level. I could only imagine the level of agony that those guys have to deal with. You think dying in a level being what ends a run, you think that's painful? Imagine a run ending purely because you were a little bit slower, or you failed a certain shortcut, or you didn't pull off a glitch correctly. And speedruns, despite the name, can be pretty long, depending on what game you're playing. This is a try not to die run. Exactly, like, this is try not to die. But if you're doing a world record speed run, it is just so much worse. Because any mistake, regardless if it's something minor that only makes you lose like 2 seconds, is still enough to completely ruin your run. And longer speedruns, like, for example, Donkey Kong 64 100%, like, that is just pure torture right there, man. I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemies. Imagine having to do Beaver Bother 3 times for a world record time. Oh man, you would have to complete it first try each time. Also, do not be fooled by the red numbers you see on my Delta on my live splits. I have a different setting today where it is comparing my time to my best time ever. Like, so yes, it's red, but you will never see green because if it is faster than my best time, it'll be in rainbow colors. But I am doing better than the projected times because I did project different times for each of the worlds, mainly so that way I can stay on schedule for beating the game within the time limit. Like, they are arbitrary numbers for all intents and purposes, especially the ones in the later worlds that I haven't even reached yet. And while an hour 15 minutes is the goal for the run, I do have sort of this sub-goal of trying to beat it in under an hour. Like, I give myself a gold medal if I beat it in under an hour 15 minutes. But if I beat it under an hour, then I'll give myself a platinum medal for that. It's like, it's optional, but we'll see when we get there. I've never even reached World 6, so that's why I can't give an accurate estimate of how long I can actually beat this game in. I added the extra 15 minutes mainly because it is a longer game. Not in terms of how many levels there are, but just how long the levels themselves are. Alright, cool. Uh-oh. Ooh, I don't know how I dodged that one, but... Oh, and then I immediately... Uh-oh. Ooh. Let's go! I nearly messed that one up. Like, falling off the edge carelessly is skill issue. Yeah! Oh wait, hold on, I didn't read the previous message. What I learned from my death egg, or from my egg shuttle, is that a skill issue death and a cheese death is way different. Oh, they definitely are. But you wanna know what's the worst part is? You just said that a skill issue death and a cheese death are very different things, and yet they are treated the same. It doesn't matter how you die. If it's a no death challenge and you die, you have to start over. Doesn't matter if it's cheese or if it's actually a skill issue. And now you know why I tend to get so livid at Yonton, because despite the fact that there is a clear difference between a cheese death and a skill issue death, he's still gonna spam get good emotes regardless of which one you just went through. Yeah, exactly. You get it. You actually understand. You know, as much pain as I go through trying to do a no-death challenge for some of my favorite games, man, now here I am thinking, what if I grew up a Yoshi fan? What if Omar, or not Omar, what if, like, Pochi and, you know, what if he showed me, Yoshi or Kirby games? Oh, dude, imagine if I grew up with Kirby instead of Donkey Kong. Like, imagine if I grew up with Kirby as my very first game ever, and instead of Filthy Kong, let's just say I'm like some pink puffball Kirby channel, and I make Kirby my whole identity. Well, a no-death challenge in a Kirby game, I'm not gonna discredit and say, oh yeah, that's a cakewalk. But I guarantee you, I would not be nearly as much of a hardcore gamer as I am right now, because Donkey Kong Country is a game that really promotes skill. It's got a very high skill floor, or not skill floor, but it's got a very high skill ceiling. What? Okay, that's a skill issue right there. That was a skill issue right there. I missed, that was an imprecise jump. Don't get me wrong, I deserve the skill issue and get good, but other times it's unwarranted. Yeah, I totally get that. And I know Yonton's my boy and all, but like, you already know that he doesn't give a shit that there's a difference. Like, he could not care less that there is a difference between a skill issue death and a cheese death. Or it's not that he can't tell the difference, it's that he doesn't care to tell the difference. Like, he just wants to troll. I don't know if I should respect the grind or hate him even more for that, but I'ma just say because we're homies like that, I'll respect the grind. Yonton is just like, a death is a death. Yep. Alright, this is going to be the 304th run overall, and that is going to be the third one of the day. So let's go number 304 in 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 04. One of these days, I want Yonton to come onto this show. And I want to challenge him. I don't know what game we will play against each other, but I want to play against him in a video game that we both happen to be familiar with. And I really want an opportunity to let him have it and to dunk on him. Pochi Mochi just had that moment last night. Game Strain, his good old friend from college, he's been dogging him all the time, and you see him clowning him in the chat, and they butt heads all the time. And Pochi had an absolutely cathartic beatdown of Game Strain in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Like, he actually invited the dude to his channel, and he 4-0'd his ass. In a best of 7 clean sweep, yep. And despite the fact that as a competition, a 4-0 sweep is as uncompetitive as it can get. Like, it should be boring, for all intents and purposes. But understanding the context understanding that these two are buddies from college who dog on each other, but Pochi is, for lack of a better term, the nicer of the two. And as a result, it makes you root for him more than Game Strain. Like, you want to see Game Strain get absolutely smacked in UMVC 3. And the fact that Pochi delivered that and more, it was fun as heck watching it. And the best part of all is that Game Strain took it like a champ. Like, he understood what he was getting himself into, and he was totally a good sport about it. That's the part that I like the most. He laughed it off, we all had good fun, and most importantly, Pochi got his revenge. I even cut my stream short to watch it. It was glorious. I know, right? And listen, I'm not one to advocate for, you know, cutting off other people's streams short, but when a special event like this is taking place, I totally get you. So yeah, it was all in all a very fun experience. Despite the lack of competitiveness in their competition. It's like, doesn't matter. It was fun. And yeah, because of that, that's why I really am like, okay, Pochi got his. He got to invite Game Strain over so he could whip his ass in UMVC 3. I'm bringing Yonton onto this channel one of these days. I'm not sure what game we'll play, but I definitely want to invite him over just so I can beat his ass in front of y'all. Because I know damn well y'all would pay to see that. Don't lie, Clown Man. If I were to tell you that I have a special event stream where Yonton is going to guest star and I'm gonna beat his ass in a video game, you would pay to see that, wouldn't you? You would pay to see me take that get good emote and shove it right up his ass. I bet if Yonton's actually watching this stream right now, he's probably thinking in his head, probably just lurking, not even saying anything. He's probably just gonna lurk, but think in his head, man, I live rent-free in this fat ass's head. That's probably what he's thinking right now. He's like, wow, I live rent-free in his head. I haven't said jack shit today, and he's already talking to me, or he's already talking about me. Damn. Rent-free. I already am. Oh snap, that's right, you got all the emotes and shit. Dang, that's right, you already are paying to see this. Which, by the way, thank you so much for your support. I know we're all the crew together, but still though, to see you go out of your way to help me out, yo, big appreciation, mate. Alright, that's Cleaver's Kiln. For sure, you've done the same for me. Oh yeah. And honestly, hearing that I have inspired you to begin streaming, it does bring a smile to my face knowing that I've helped influence you to ultimately to enjoy a nice hobby that you can get to meet all sorts of different people. Like, You got guys like Agent 10, and you get to meet some of our other buddies like Billy Billiams, Super Duper Nintendo, Game Strain, Retro Jenny. Like, there are just so many wonderful people that I would have never gotten to know, or, well, I already knew Game Strain. I did already know Game Strain before streaming, but, all the other fellas I mentioned, though, definitely wouldn't have gotten to meet them if it not for this amazing hobby. So I'm very happy to have gotten you into this, because streaming is a lot of fun. For multiple reasons. And yeah, getting to meet people is, in my opinion, the biggest positive to becoming a streamer. Hell, the milestones. You want to gain followers? Well, what's a follower? A real person. A follower is a person who tunes into your content and enjoys watching you. And the reason I immediately started off as a variety streamer, despite the fact that a lot of streamers would personally recommend specializing in something rather than being a variety streamer, is because, yes, variety streamers do grow slower than other channels. I could grow my audience much faster if I just stuck to one topic and never let go of it. But by being a variety streamer from the very beginning, right away I know that anyone who is a frequent viewer of my channel is there to watch me. They're not there for the game I'm playing. They're there to see me. Because I am constantly playing different games on different days. And the fact that regardless of what I'm playing, you're still tuning in, that tells me you're here for me, not for the game I'm playing. And that's why I enjoy and why I chose to be a variety streamer from the very beginning. And then the raid culture, hell yeah. Oh, dude. Nothing gets me more hype than a hype train. Like, there is a good reason it's called a hype train. With raids, bits, like, good lord, it is bonkers. Whenever massive waves of support. That hype train was nuts. I know, right? Hype trains, like, there's a damn good reason why it's called a hype train, because it really is a hype train. It will get you hyped. And the fact that it happened on Pochi Mochi's birthday, when he was streaming Jackbox Party Pack, like, that was the coolest thing ever. Like, wow, what a birthday gift. I know it may sound cheesy and cliche to say that, oh, I don't need any presents for my birthday, I just want my friends to be there. It sounds cliche, but it's actually true. Because I guarantee you, during the hype train, despite all the donations, despite all the bits and the subs, the part that makes it the most fun isn't the money or the material things that are gained. It's the fact that there's just a bunch of random strangers on the internet that enjoy your personality so much that they are willing to stop whatever they're doing to throw a party with you. Like, that will always be the most heartwarming thing ever about streaming. I I started YouTube because I enjoy making people laugh. I enjoyed making content that people enjoy to watch. But the fact that I could stream on Twitch, accomplish exactly that, and more, by being able to also interact with my viewers live as I'm making said content. Like, I am making content and interacting with my viewers at the same time. Like, even YouTube couldn't offer me that. Well, technically they can now that, you know, YouTube live streaming is a thing, and actually some people would go as far as to say that it's even better than Twitch. But, truth be told, I have a bit of an emotional attachment to Twitch now. Like, I do fully intend to get back to making YouTube content, and I've been easing my way into doing just that by making edited YouTube shorts. But I just have so much attachment to Twitch because I've met so many great people here that I kind of don't want to move off of this platform. I know it's probably better to stream on YouTube than it is to stream on Twitch, but like, I know anyone can easily make both accounts. You can have a Twitch and a YouTube. I mean, I have both a Twitch and a YouTube, but I don't know, it feels like Twitch really is my home. Like, I just enjoy the platform so much because I've had so many good memories here to where the website itself, I just have sentimental value for it now. And nowhere is it going to be more apparent than the event that I have planned for this month. I'm going to have an official announcement and a trailer to go with it, not tonight, but tomorrow night after Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. After I finish my Majora's Mask stream, I will have a special announcement and a trailer to go with it. And I hope you guys all look forward to seeing it. Oh man, that was lit. I got to be with lots of friends on that day. Me too. The community we've met can't be replaced. Oh yeah. I'm glad y'all agree with me on that and that y'all understand what I mean when I talk about why I just have so much of a soft spot for Twitch. Like, yes, my entertainment content creating career all started on YouTube. But it feels like I didn't really take off until Twitch. Oh shit. What do you mean, oh shit? Oh, you're talking about, oh, that's your reaction to the fact that I have a special event planned for you guys. Oh, I'm sure you guys are all gonna love it. This month is going to be a special one to remember. I can guarantee that. Like, I know I started the Filthy Kong name a long time ago, and for the longest time my old logo was started off as the pink alligator, which is referenced in the pink alligator, which is referenced in the emote. And I know I have my secondary logo, which is the barrel that has the name Filthy Kong written on it, with bananas on the side. But the moment I created the current logo that I use right now, which is the pink and yellow Titans logo fused with Donkey Kong, that was made as a joke. It was not even made to be a real logo for, like, my channel. But I decided, you know what? I like it. It's got my colors. It's got Donkey Kong on it. So it's like, you know what? I'll put that as my Twitch logo and as my Twitch profile pic. And funnily enough, I ended up liking it so much that it stuck. And now it is my official logo. And the funniest thing is, I cooked this shit up on MS Paint. This isn't even, like, top quality shit here either. This is... Again, it was a meme, a joke. Something I made on MS Paint just for laughs. And I think that is why it is so fitting to be my logo here on Twitch, because, you know, it's not... This channel has always had a comedic tone to it. And I personally like that. I feel like it really embodies my personality and also the community we have here on this channel. And I feel like it's been made even more appropriate, the fact that I actually do make sports-related content on the team that is represented in this logo. Like, I actually do make Tennessee Titans content. Not a whole lot. I wouldn't say I'm a Tom Grossi or a urinating tree. Like, I don't dedicate my craft entirely to sports. But it's a part of me. It's a part of my personality. It's a part of my hobbies and interests. And this whole channel is all about that. So I feel like it's not out of place to talk about that sort of interest on this channel, because it, like I said from the very beginning, that I started as a variety streamer because this isn't Donkey Kong channel. This is me channel. Oh, not the channel on the Wii where you make your Miis. No. You get what I'm saying. It's a you. It's unique. Exactly. Yeah. In my 6 months on this platform, my biggest regret is not starting sooner. Listen, we can all have regrets about not starting something sooner, but ultimately, that's just a sign that you absolutely love what you do, and I think that's awesome. Like, trust me, I have a handful of things that I regret not doing sooner. Like, for example, wrestling. I've referenced this in my Among Us video on YouTube, of all things, that Sixshot and I used to do wrestling back in high school. And my biggest regret was not doing it sooner, because I ended up really enjoying it. I was terrible at it. I was the worst wrestler on the team. But that didn't matter, because the rest of the locker room absolutely loved me and Sixshot. We were the comedic duo that, you know, we just had personalities that the other fellas really enjoyed. And even though neither of us really participated much in actual competitive events against other schools, we were still part of the team because they just really liked us. And I'm like, man, I wish I was there sooner. But at the end of the day, it's honestly a good problem to have, because that just means you found something you really enjoy and that you are very happy with doing. So I'm very happy to hear that about you, Clown Man. I swear, this is probably the last stream I would have expected all this sentimental, mushy stuff, but sometimes it's always good to take a step back and look at how far you've come. Even in something like this speedrun challenge. Like, I egg on myself the fact that I can't make it past World 5. So much so to where it's become a meme that I can't make it past World 5 in this game without dying. But if we look at things the other way around, you think, well, sure, I can't get past World 5, but think about it this way. I can get all the way to the 5th boss of the game in a very difficult old-school retro game without dying, and under a time limit that adds pressure. I mean, sure, I have not won the whole game, but surely saying that out loud, that I can get all the way to World 5 without dying, is an impressive feat all on its own. That section, because like there's a DK barrel at the end of that, so there really is no punishment for taking a hit there. In fact, the invincibility frames you get after taking that hit are very beneficial. Yep, I'd rather... Hold on, let me focus on this real quick. I rather regret not doing something sooner than not doing it at all. Same. That is a very good outlook to have on things. Oh boy, time for the fastest roller coaster level in the game. And to think that it can get even faster if I'm crazy, but... yeah, I can't consistently beat this level with the turbo speed, so I don't even try it. I think I tried it like once on stream and then said, you know what? Never again. Or at least... Okay, maybe not never again, but not until I'm good enough to pull it off consistently. Plus, I just have too much muscle memory. And, going faster through the turbo boost just ruins my muscle memory. best ideas I've ever had on this channel, in my opinion, is the first time playthrough series. Filthy's Game Corner was kind of just the name that I gave to the show that, ah, shit. I kind of gave that name to the show where I just play games, and there's really no theming to it at all. Like, I just play games, but, I thought that was a little too boring, but, I realized that the first time playthrough series is the perfect foil to the Treehouse of Torture. I mean, think about it. The Treehouse of Torture is where I'm playing my favorite games, but adding a difficult twist to them. So what's the opposite of that? Playing a game I'm unfamiliar with, but without any difficult twists to them. And thus, the first time playthrough series was born. It started off with games that I may not have played before, but I was very sure that I would enjoy. Final Fantasy VII was probably about as safe as one could get, because I've done Treehouse of Torture on Persona 3 Portable, so you know that I am an RPG enthusiast. I played Pokemon, and you see me play Persona, so you know that I play RPGs, and that I am rather fond of them. So I thought, you know what? One of the most critically acclaimed RPGs of all time surely is one that I should have fun with. And, truth be told, I did. Final Fantasy VII quickly became one of my favorite games of all time after playing it on stream. And I think the first time playthrough series is a great foil to the Treehouse, because you got to see my live reactions to things that most people have already experienced. Ooh, filthy lore. Ha! Yeah, I guess you could say filthy lore. I mean, nothing here is a secret. Like, I'm not telling you groundbreaking news or anything. And it is stuff I have talked about before. But, like, I don't know, just saying it out loud to you guys just helps me reinforce the whole conversation of, you know, remembering my roots and also the origins to certain series that I've done. Because yeah, Game Corner was getting a little stale. Like, I was playing games that... And honestly, I should change the slogan, because the current slogan was meant to be a foil to the Treehouse, where Treehouse of Torture is where I say, it's the show where I play my favorite games with a difficult twist to them. But then after that I say, welcome to Filthy's Game Corner, the show where I play my favorite games without a difficult twist. But then there lies in the paradox. How can games like Majora's Mask be my favorite game if I've never played it before? Like, sure, I am enjoying my current playthrough of the game. I think it's a great game, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. But until I actually complete the game, I can't call it one of my favorites, because I haven't even finished it yet. And as much as I highly doubt it, there is a non-zero possibility that something in the game that I have not yet encountered is going to be something that I end up not liking. Like, a hypothetical, let's just say I go to the final temple of Majora's Mask, and all of a sudden, something absolutely stupid and ridiculous happens, and I end up really not liking the game. And I think, wow, this shit sucks. next to nothing. But how the hell am I supposed to know? I haven't played the game yet. And the idea of a game being very good up until something stupid happens is rare, but not impossible. So that's why I'm thinking, man, I am a living paradox for saying I'm playing my favorite games without a difficult twist, even though it's a game I've never played before. Now I feel like I'm just going on a rant, like I'm just yapping. But you know what? I kind of like that, because, you know, it feels... Oh, snap. There we go. It feels nice to be able to chat with you guys. It may not be new, but it's still fresh. Oh, well, yeah, like... Majora's Mask is an old game. It's been out since 2000. But it's new to me because I've never played it before. And despite watching my brother play a little bit of it and knowing the basic premise of the game, there are still so much about the game that is new to me. And that's what makes it fun and exciting for you guys to watch, because even if it's a game you guys might be familiar with, it reinforces the idea that you're not here for the game. You're here for me. And, you want to see my reaction. Like, yeah, Pochi Mochi already knew that the third boss of the game, Georg, is a pain in the ass. Oh, shit! Oh, that's not good. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. There we go. I know this is supposed to be a speed run, but I've gotten to the point in the game where this game is difficult, and you know what? If I'm ahead of schedule, I might as well start taking my time to make sure I don't make mistakes. The old stories of someone's roots are intriguing. Oh yeah! You feel more relaxed than being tensed up by the challenge. You know, you're right about that too. I feel like a lot of my biggest fails on this challenge have come from me losing my cool. And I guess finding something to talk about and have a little heart-to-heart with viewers, I don't guarantee success, but you know what, oh shit, Exhibit A. Like, it helps calm the nerves, yes. And ultimately, freaking out is what ends up killing me most of the time. And I say most of the time because there are times where I am perfectly calm, but I still find a way to mess it up because I'm only human. But yeah, finding ways to relax definitely helps. It also helps me maintain my resolve even after a failed attempt. There we go. Though ultimately, just simply being in World 5 is going to be enough to rack up the nerves. Like, that's just kind of inevitable. we go. Boogieland. I forgot what YouTuber called this level that, but I remember there was this one YouTuber who was talking about Donkey Kong Country 2 and was giving some funny pronunciations of the level names. And I don't know why that one in particular kind of stuck to me. I don't know, do you guys ever have that one joke that you remember from either a movie or a YouTube video or something that on the surface isn't really that funny, but for some reason it just sticks to you? Like, I feel like that should be a bit more of a common occurrence than I'm letting on. There we go. It's the tone. You know, the line itself may not be funny, but I guess the delivery and the timing can really make a difference. Like, you could say a joke that on the surface isn't really that funny, but by saying it in a funny way with the most funniest timing can really make or break a joke. And I know this sounds like, you know, no shit, that's just how comedy works. Trust me, I know quite a few people who may or may not be affiliated with the Filthy Crew who may not understand that. The context, the facial expressions, oh, definitely. Hey, Apple, oh my, no, we are not bringing back the annoying orange. No. Okay, I feel like this is a level that Rare intentionally made to be anxiety-inducing. Like, there is no way you're gonna tell me that this isn't strictly intended to be an anxiety-inducing level. Like, this is meant to hibbity your jibbies. Even Clown Man ain't having that. Another way that I tend to calm my nerves is basically just singing along with the song, because no matter how stressful these levels may be, David Wise is a fucking musical genius. Like, David Wise, one of the greatest music composers in all of video games. And I put him up there with the greats. Like, I don't know if I'll quite put him on Koji Kondo's level. Like, Koji Kondo is just, he's a legend in his own right. But David Wise absolutely has brought plenty of games to life with his music. Donkey Kong Country, Diddy Kong Racing, like, the man has made some excellent soundtracks. Same, humming alone calms the nerves. Yeah, I get ya. Especially when you're playing a game like this, where the melodies are just so memorable. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, go, 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 go. go. Stop. Go, 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 go. Go around him. Yeah, go, 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 go. Stop. Go, 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 go. Woo! There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, Webwoods. Alright. Nice. And easy. Oh, you know what? Let's take the upper path. Hold on, can I even reach that? Oh! Oh no. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I've said it before during my DKC1 stream on Throwback Week, but I genuinely feel like David Wise's work on DKC1 feels like his warm-up. And I know that is something absolutely crazy to say, knowing that, you know, DKC1 brought us songs like, you know, DK Island Swing, Aquatic Ambience. Like, we have had some all-time classic tunes. And for me to say, oh, that's just this warm-up, but then you play this game and it's like, well, we got Jib Jig, we got Boss Bossa Nova, we got Crocodile Cacophony, we got Forest Interlude, we got Stickerbush Symphony, we got, like, the list of masterpieces goes on. Like, holy shit, did David Wise cook. He cooked so hard with that one. I was having a little trouble with the placement of my top favorite video games of all time because I was having a tough decision between Donkey Kong Country 2 and Banjo-Kazooie for being my all-time favorite video game ever. And I will say, Grant Kirkhope also had an amazing job did an amazing job with the Banjo-Kazooie soundtrack. But despite that, I feel like DKC2 is just a smidge above Banjo-Kazooie. Alright, come on. go. Yeah, I'm taking it very nice and slowly here because Webwoods is not an easy level, and I don't like how you have to cross over massive, and I mean absolutely massive bottomless pits. Yes! For the second time, I am going to the 5th boss of the game. Alright, Creepy Crow, bring it on! Alright, cool. Come on. There we go. Alright. Calm down. Alright, cool. Nice, got him. No! No! Ah! Damn it! Ah, that boss is hard. God damn it, man. That one hurt. That one really hurt. I can't even blame a faulty controller on that one either. Why can't I get past World 5? Oh my god, this is the second time I made it to this boss. This is the second time I made it to Creepy Crow, and I just... I was just a little bit too slow. I was just a little bit too slow to dodge the egg. My hands are shaking right now. I know I've done a very good job of keeping my cool up to this point, and I do believe it helped me a lot, but it's still tough, man, trying to keep my cool. But once again, the 5th boss has claimed another run. This time, an actual, honest-to-God, true skill issue. It's all in the mental. Yeah, I get you. I do better when I'm able to keep a cool head. So, you know what? Chatting about stuff is honestly an optimal play. I know a lot of speedrunners, especially world record holding professionals, like to stay quiet, and that is because they are putting full concentration into the game. But everyone works differently, and I think being able to chat and keep my mind off of the pressure that the game is putting on me, I think that's the best way to go. Because yes, I made it to World 5, but these levels weren't all that particularly difficult. You saw me doing very well, and one little mistake was all it took for me to lose, and it goes to show the nature of the beast of just how thin of a layer of ice that I really am on. Look on the bright side. Padres win, and yes, it's sports, but come on. Hey, listen, the Rockies, despite being a shitty team, have always found a way to own the Padres. So you know what? Getting a win over them, every team makes it seem easy to get a win over the Rockies. But if we can get a win over them, fine. I guess I'm happy about that. Congratulations, Padres. You learned how to tie your shoes. What do you want, a fucking cookie? Alright, I think I'm gonna go on ahead and take a break a little bit early because that did take a lot out of my mental. So, yeah, I'm gonna go on ahead and take a 10-minute break. I might even take 2 10-minute breaks throughout today's stream. We'll see how things go. But, yeah, so I'll be back in 10 minutes. Now's a good time to grab a drink, grab a snack, grab whatever you may need, and I'll be back for you shortly, so don't touch that dial, because I'll be back for you guys in a while. Stay tuned, everybody, and I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. torture. You got to see some very grueling bits right there, especially getting to the 5th boss of the game. Only for a tiny, and I mean a truly tiny mistake to really be my undoing. Normally I'm able to pull that off, but all it takes is one bad run, or one bad mistake to really end the whole run, eh? I assure you that it does not take me that many attempts. Well, it's only been 2 tries at that boss so far. So, anyways, let's go on ahead and try it again. Let's see how far I can go. This is gonna be the 305th attempt overall. So, number 305 in 3, 2, 1, 2, 305. Well, nothing else I can do but start over. Oh man, if I'm taking it that badly, losing to the 5th boss of the game, I could only imagine just how painful it'll be if I were to end up dying to Captain K. Rool. Because his final boss fight in this game is nowhere near as much of a pushover as he is in the first game. In the first game, he's only going to be tough if he catches you unaware. Because other than that, if you are familiar enough with his tricks, he's a very straightforward and easy boss. But in this game, oh boy, he turns it into a bullet hell. Come on, Filthy, you can make it. Wait, whoa, what the heck? That was very weird. Well, that's the goal, is to make it back. Alright. Well, not a whole lot to do here. I mean, it's just warp barrels and shit like that. Oh boy, Crow, how you managed to be my least favorite boss. As if killing you in World 1 isn't bad enough, your ghost has to haunt me in World 5. Alright, one more. Alright, 234, Crow with no damage. Alright. Cool, got it first try. That's right, damn, his ghost prevented you from World 6. Yeah, and this time, I can't even complain, because the first time, my controller screwed me over. But this time, I can't even blame the controller. I was just off my game. You know, they say it's a game of inches. Well, in this case, it's a game of pixels. If you are even a tiny bit into the hitbox of the egg, you take the hit. And then with Dixie Kong's inferior speed when climbing, makes the boss fight a lot harder when you're playing as Dixie Kong. I will say that I do like how Diddy and Dixie have very balanced pros and cons, unlike the first game where Donkey and Diddy, it was very lopsided because Donkey Kong's upsides were situational, whereas Diddy Kong's upsides are universally good. Like having higher mobility, better agility, and being able to move faster through both the ground and the air, being able to jump higher, like that's just too good to pass up. Meanwhile, Donkey Kong's upsides were that he can defeat certain enemies. Like he can defeat Clump and he can defeat Crusher, though only the blue Crusher, because Gray Crusher, which you only find in Platform Perils, is immune to Donkey Kong's jump attack. So that means a whopping 2 enemies will interact differently. Army the Armadillo will not be damaged by Diddy's jump attack while curled up in a ball, but when uncurled, he can get taken down by Diddy's jump attack. So, like, that's just such a situational upside. To where you basically play as Diddy the whole time. But in this game, they did a much better job balancing the pros and cons. They made Diddy Kong the universally better Kong in all aspects except that Dixie Kong can fly. Okay, not fly, but she can hover through the air with her helicopter twirl. So effectively, you're trading ground mobility for air mobility. And even then, the air mobility is not vertical, it is horizontal. I think it's a good trade-off, but you definitely feel the downsides when you're playing as Dixie Kong in the Creepy Crow fight. Like, you can feel her slower climbing speed, her slower jump speed, her lower jump height. Like, you can definitely feel like you're playing a nerfed version of Diddy. Now, whereas the first game they explained it by the fact that Diddy is small and Donkey Kong is big, this game didn't have a real reason to make Dixie Kong inferior in every way except for her special ability, other than just simply game balance. The ability to hover through the air is such a powerful ability that it had to have a drawback. Otherwise, Dixie Kong would just be the most overpowered Kong. And I'm glad that Rare learned their lesson because, yeah, it sucked not being able to really enjoy playing as Donkey Kong in the first game because he's the star of the show. His name is on the game. And for him to be the inferior Kong to play as because being big and strong doesn't mean much when you're playing a platformer game. Like, I'm glad that they fixed that. And then in the third game, which Donkey Kong Country 3, as Clown Man put it in his stream, is kind of the black sheep of the franchise because it's different. It wasn't made by Rare's best game developers. And that's because the A-team, if you will, the guys that were responsible for DKC 1 and 2, they were busy working on Banjo-Kazooie, so they couldn't spare time to work on DKC 3. So they kind of had to get the B team to do that game. And you can tell from everything from storyboarding to level design to enemy design that it just wasn't really all that. Now, there are a few good things worth mentioning about DKC3. First of all, Baron K. Rulenstein is a very fun persona for King K. Rool to have. They gave us Funky Kong's current design. His current look with the white tank top and the jorts. Yeah, that was originally from DKC3. And I like Funky Kong's characterization that he sounds a lot more laid back than he did in the previous games. And it even shows in the music that plays. Because in DKC 1 and 2, it's a very loud, in-your-face type of song whenever you're hanging out with Funky Kong. But in DKC 3, it's a bit more of a smooth, jazzy type of song that plays. And I think that's pretty cool. To really reflect on his change in his character. Now I know that it's a Donkey Kong game. Characterization's not exactly the main forefront of the series. But it is little details like that that I think are worth mentioning because overall it adds to the vibe of the game. And even though the story of a Donkey Kong game is not important at all, the vibes absolutely are. And I think DKC3 did do a good job of capturing the vibes. At least with its music and character design for some of the cast. Though I will admit, the bosses are weird. I'm not gonna say they're bad designs, but they're weird. Like, you got a sentient barrel with, for some reason, very creepy looking eyes. And it eats bugs and then burps, and it's like, it's a very weird concept for a boss. A sentient barrel that you have to feed bugs in order to make it burp and push itself backwards. And you're not even like attacking it, you're pushing it back, you're making it push itself backwards. So that way, you knock it out of the ring. Oh, what the? So it's effectively like a sumo match. Then you got another one where it's a snowball fight with some kind of weird robotic snowman. It has this weird laugh every time you hit it. And I feel like they recycled that concept for the enemies in Banjo-Kazooie. Because the same thing happens in that game. So I get why DKC3 is not looked at as fondly as the rest of the series, and I will still say that despite all the positive I just said about DKC3, I still consider it the worst in the series. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, it's a good game surrounded by masterpieces. Like, it's not really fair for DKC3 It's like, oh, it's not a masterpiece. It's not like DKC 1 or 2. And I think nowadays it's even worse for DKC 3 because now it's sandwiched. Now it is sandwiched, where if you look at the past, you have DKC 1 and 2. Two of the greatest games ever made by Rare. And then, in the future, you have Donkey Kong Country Returns and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, which are both better than DKC 3. So it's like, it's very unfortunate. It's good, but it's not it. Honestly, I think DKC 3 might have the it factor. I am not even going to pretend like it doesn't, because I think Donkey Kong Country 3 does have the it factor. It's just all of the DKC games have the it factor. So when all of them do, I mean, unfortunately, one of them has to be at the bottom. Like, I feel like a good comparison to make, since we got Clown Man in the chat and he's all about sports, I'd say that the Donkey Kong Country series is similar to last year's AFC North. The Cincinnati Bengals were a 9-8 team that were not bad. They were actually decent, and they won more than they lost. It's just unfortunate that they have to be in the same division with the number 1 seed Ravens, the always above 500 Pittsburgh Steelers, and Joe Flacco in the middle of a career revival with the Browns. Like, that's just unfortunate that it had to be that way. So that's how I would compare the Donkey Kong Country series. That, they're all excellent games. It's just one of them had to be at the bottom. And every single time, I would say it's DKC 3 that's at the bottom. I think it's a solid 8.5 out of 10 game. And if it was a standalone game, if it was not part of a series, and it was just a standalone game, I think it would be received a lot better than it currently is. And several positives I want to say. The soundtrack is pretty good. It's not David Wise, but Evelyn Fisher did an amazing job in her own right. The graphics are the best in the series at that point. So, again, that's another positive. And I do intend to do a casual playthrough of DKC 3. I'm not going to do a speedrun challenge, because I'm not about that when it comes to DKC 3. But, I want to do a casual playthrough just as an appreciation stream. Just to show that it's a good game. And I think it gets way too much hate. I'm gonna go out there and say, there is nothing wrong with Kiddy Kong. I like Kiddy Kong. He's cool. Okay? The fact that he's got the strength of Donkey Kong, the nimble speed of Diddy Kong, and the silly ability to roll around and bounce along the water surface. It's a niche ability that's rarely used, but it's cool. It's neat. I like it. I think it's pretty cool and fun to pull off. So, yeah, Donkey Kong Country 3, it's a good game. Dare I say, even a great game. I feel the same way about Mario 3D World. It's good, but it ain't no Galaxy or 64 or Odyssey. Yeah, same. That's how I feel about DKC 3. It's like, it is a good game, but it's just surrounded by greatness. Now, if I were to include DK64 into this ranking, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say that even DK64 clears DKC3. I feel like DK64 is another game that is overhated. The only reason why I understand the hate for DK64 is because it's a game in a genre that encourages 100% completion. It is a collectathon, and other collectathons include Banjo-Kazooie, Spyro the Dragon, and when you consider that those games are games that are designed to be fun to 100%, the fact that Donkey Kong 64 spits in the face of that notion of being fun to 100% is the biggest knock I have on that game. Like, if you're gonna be a collectathon, you need to be satisfying to 100%. If you're not satisfying to 100%, you're not doing a collectathon properly. Because while, yes, there's a lot of stuff to collect, if I were to recommend this game to someone who's never played Donkey Kong 64 before, I would say there's a lot of stuff to collect, but you don't need all of it. Like, you don't need all the stuff. There's 201 golden bananas total, and you only need 100 of them to beat the game. And your only reward for beating the game 100% is you get an extra funny cutscene at the end of the game, after the credits. That's it. That's all you get, is one funny cutscene of bloopers and stuff, as well as a little reference to the Nintendo GameCube that was, at the time, known as Project Dolphin. And even then, it was a very subtle reference, too. It wasn't... Okay, maybe not subtle, but, if you didn't know what the dolphin meant, then you would just think it's a funny... or not even funny, you would just think, it's just a picture of a dolphin. There's no meaning behind it. The rumors... Back in the pre-modern internet, back in the late 90s and early 2000s, rumors were all over the place, and because there wasn't readily accessible internet like there is nowadays, it was difficult to prove rumors wrong. It was difficult to debunk rumors. So, kids back then would say, hey, did you know Nintendo is working on a new console called the Nintendo Dolphin? And then some kids would be like, what? Nah, that's not real. That's a rumor. But you can't prove that it's false. So you just are in this weird area where you're like, I don't know if it's true or not. And then to see Nintendo actually confirm the Dolphin, it was big news at the time. And the fact that it was a 100% reward, like, that was pretty nifty, I guess. 3D World also has that issue. It's a fun to play through, but holy shit, is it a pain to 100%. I get ya. Yeah, DK64 absolutely has that issue. And while I do appreciate the 100% reward in DK64, knowing what it was... Uh-oh. That's a little too soon to be losing him. Alright, there we go. Alright. There we go. Alright, there we go. So yeah, confirming the Dolphins' existence was a nice novelty at the time. Also, there was just some genuinely funny jokes added to that video cutscene. But this just goes back to what I was saying, that you don't need to 100% the game. And in fact, you shouldn't 100% the game. I know, it's weird, because with every other collectathon I've ever played, I always recommend 100%ing it. Like, Spyro the Dragon. I wasn't even intending for it to be a 100% playthrough, but I was just having so much fun that by the time I got to the final boss, I didn't want it to be over yet, so I decided to complete everything there was to do in the game. Because it was just fun. And when the game is fun, you want more game to play. So that's why I would encourage, you know, collectathons to be 100%ed. But DK64 is not one of those games. Alright, one more guy to beat. There we go. However, Mario Galaxy does the collectathon thing right. If you consider beating Bowser at the end, one says beating the game. Oh yeah, beating the game is just simply beating the final boss. And 100%ing the game is doing everything that a game has to offer. So, out of all my favorite games, which ones do I recommend 100%ing? Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2, I actually do recommend. I think they're fun to 100%. In the case of DKC 1, you just have to find all the bonus levels, and in DKC 2, you have to find and complete the bonus levels. And you also have to beat all the bosses, including Captain K. Rool. Then you unlock the rematch with Captain K. Rool in the Lost World. And after that, you get a cutscene at the end of the game showing the true ending. And that is why I think DKC 2 does a very solid 100% reward. Banjo-Kazooie is absolutely a game I say 100%. Mainly because the reward you get for 100%ing the game is very useful. You get double the health for the final boss fight. And let me tell you, Gruntilda is very difficult. It is a very difficult boss fight. So being able to have double the HP for that fight is a very good 100% reward in my book. we go. It gives you the purple coin mission and then incentivizes you to play as Luigi so you can whoop Bowser again. And then you do it all over again. In my book, 100%ing 100%ing that game is if you really enjoyed Super Mario Galaxy and everything it had to offer, then sure. Because if you don't mind playing the entire game again, I don't think Luigi changes enough of the game to really warrant a second playthrough immediately after the first one. Like, he changes things up a little bit, don't get me wrong. Having a much higher jump and in exchange for being a lot slipperier is a decent side grade. But I don't think it's different enough to warrant playing through the game again. I would never in a million years recommend 100%ing a Pokemon game. I would not recommend 100%ing any of the Pokemon games because I get it. The slogan has always been gotta catch 'em all, but good lord, especially the later games, there is just some crazy lengths you have to go to in order to 100% it. And what I think makes a Pokemon game that much more fun is being able to play through it the way you want to. There is well over 100 available Pokemon in any given Pokemon game. But you get to choose from a team of 6. You build your team of 6 Pokemon. And you decide which ones you want to use. And every decision you make can alter your playthrough. Like, even choosing your starter Pokemon. But yeah, I would not recommend 100%ing it, mainly because it actually is impossible to truly 100% it unless you have a trade partner. Which means either you have to buy both versions of the game and trade with yourself, or you have to find a partner willing to trade with you. And the fact that you can't 100% the game on your own unless you buy both versions of the game, that's why I can't really recommend it. Like, I love Pokemon, don't get me wrong, but I am not one to advocate for 100% completion. Mostly because I never really cared for 100%ing Pokemon games, because when you're playing most games, 100% completion is typically the next level you can go to besides beating a single player game. But the key word I said there is single player game. Pokemon is not a single player game. It is a multiplayer game. You play against other trainers and you can battle with them. And the idea of getting really good at Pokemon battling and being able to battle other real people who have really done a hell of a job to make them themselves the very best like no one ever was. I always found that more exciting. Because in a Pokemon game, the only thing you really 100% is catching all of the Pokemon. And that includes the Pokemon you may or may not care for. But when you go for the competitive scene, now you're strategizing and trying to be better at the core gameplay loop, which is, of course, Pokemon battles. That's what you play the games for. You want Pokemon battles. So, being able to do those with your friends, I always found that the more exciting thing to do. And I and Pochi can both tell you some very fun stories from our past, from battling competitively within our local area here in San Diego. Like, I'm not even talking world champions here. We're not going to VGC or anything. We're just going to locals. And even then, there are more than enough fun stories I can tell. And it was some of the funnest times I've ever had playing the game. So, technically I'm not 100%ing the game because I'm only really catching what I need for battle. But it's another way to derive fun after you've beaten the main campaign. There we go. I'll read that chat from yours, Clown Man, in just a second. There we go. Fair enough, the gameplay is similar, but the final bonus level at the end makes it worth it for me. And if any game is worth playing again on one file, it's Galaxy. That's fair. Speaking of platformers where your reward for beating a game is to play as a different playable character, I gotta say, one of the games that really did that almost flawlessly in my book is actually Pizza Tower. Recently... Oh, you saw that? You saw that right there? Dang, that was a very smooth save. Yeah, that was a save. I nearly fell in the pit, but Radley the Rattlesnake... This is why Radley the Rattlesnake is one of my favorite animal buddies in all of DKC. It's because he does cool shit like that. I don't need extra lives. Or, it's not that I don't need extra lives, it's more like I can't use them. Like, I'm not allowed to use them, so... But yeah, as I was saying, Pizza Tower is a game that I think did that whole thing of being able to replay the game as a different playable character. I think they did that flawlessly. Because Pizza Tower is a game I really loved a lot. And I even have a 100% save file where I P-ranked every single level, got all the achievements, and even though there was absolutely nothing else left to do in the game, you know, I would occasionally pick it up and play a fresh save file just for the hell of it, because it's fun. Because the game is awesome. And upon hearing that there's a new playable character, the third boss of the game, the Noise, is gonna be a playable character, I was like, ooh, okay, I'll play it. And And it ended up being so much fun that I said, I have to stream this game again. I don't care if I've already streamed this game twice, with one of them being a completed playthrough of the game. I am playing this game again because the noise changes just enough of the gameplay where it's worth playing it again, but also it feels like there's a very high skill ceiling with the noise as a playable character. Like, the fact that he doesn't crawl up the walls anymore like Peppino does, but rather he uses his skateboard in order to bounce off of the walls. Like, it's little changes like that that make it a fresh new experience again. And it's effectively a new game plus. Because Peppino is this anxiety-filled Italian chef, and he's like terrified of everything. He's screaming like a cartoon character. Meanwhile, the noise, by comparison, is just this smug and egomaniac goofball that, oh, is just a blast to play as the smug son of a bitch who cheats. He freaking cheats! And that just makes it so much more fun. Uh-oh. Oh, this ain't good. As hard as I could, and you just can't descend fast enough. Damn, that purple parrot sucks. Just can't descend fast enough. Like, I'm holding down. I'm trying to go down quickly. But he's so fucking slow. And you have to be pixel perfect, too. Like, there is very little room for error on that level. World 5 continues to haunt me, ladies and gentlemen. Like, this game is, well, I mean, what can I say that hasn't already been said? This game is hard. This game is really fucking hard. And the game balances that by giving you so many extra lives. But man, not being able to use extra lives, that really sucks. Like, you can tell what the Rare developers were intending, and I can see why they never included another Cranky's Challenge in this game. Because they knew that this game ain't built for that. Dang it, I'm stubborn. I don't want to give up on this, so I'm gonna keep on trying. Ugh. But before we do, though, I just want to take a quick break. Not a 10-minute break. I'm just gonna stick around here and chat with you guys, but I just need to cool down. Because, man, that was rough. But I will say, I did decently well. I didn't do too shabby. And I made it all the way to World 5. That's, even though I can't get past World 5, I got pretty far. I got to World 5. That's, I know it's cope. I know it is absolutely cope. But, there are streams where I do so poorly that I can't even get past World 4 or World 3. Like, there are some streams where I just go through embarrassing death after embarrassing death. And I feel like I get thrown off my game way too hard on those types of days because I basically just become a laughing stock and then it gets to my head. But the two most recent deaths in today's stream have been very deep runs that go all the way to World 5, and even then, I am dying because the game is hard. Like, you guys can very clearly see, this is not a baby game. This is not an easy game. There are some very cruel levels that just don't offer any room for failure, any room for error. Like, you saw that one section in Parachute Panic where the bees are so close together that you have to slow your movement down in order to be able to barely squeeze your massive hitbox through them. And I do mean the hitbox is massive, because not only is the bird a hitbox, but your Kong is a hitbox as well. Or rather, your hurtbox. So, you are very vulnerable, is what I'm saying. And that is why, you know, it hurts, but at the same time, I don't feel too bad about it because I know that my skill is improved. And if I can just improve it even more, I can get through World 5. You guys know I can get through World 5. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. One of these days, I will get past World 5. And who knows, that day might even be today. We'll see. Let's go. This is gonna be run number 306. In 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 0, 6. My fingers are starting to grow sore, but my determination is unwavered. Like, I know I can do this. Now, just because I can get past Worlds 1 through 4, doesn't mean I've perfected my craft on those levels. And I feel like I should practice those levels even though I can consistently get past them, because there are ways to speed up my progress. There are ways to get through those levels quicker. And the faster I get through those levels, the more time I have on the tougher levels. So that is the strategy. I do quickly on Worlds 1 through 3, I start to take it easy in World 4, and by World 5, I am in cautious mode. So, I strive to get good enough at World 4 to where I can do it speedily. That I don't have to take my foot off the gas just yet. It's like going through an obstacle course with a race car. There are hardly any obstacles early in the track. And there aren't many sharp turns either. So I can go and floor it and go as fast as possible. But then it gets tougher. And then when it gets tougher, obstacles are more prevalent. The turns are not as easy to make anymore. And the possibility of failure is higher. But because I did so well early on, and I'm already ahead of the pack in the race, I can afford to slow down, not to a halt, and not out of hubris, but slow down just enough to where I don't get ahead of myself, and to where I don't make a costly mistake. That's the plan. That's the strategy. And it worked once in Donkey Kong Country 1. I know it can work here in this game too. You guys can see that there is a point in this game where I take my foot off the gas. Like, you can see I am moving very quickly right now. But there will be a point where I start to slow down a little bit because things are getting a lot tougher and I want to avoid making a mistake. So I didn't even need to say when that is. You guys can tell just by watching. Now, even then, there will always be urgency. That's just the nature of the beast because there's a speed run. I mean, I have to go, there's a time limit. I cannot afford to go 5 miles an hour in a freeway. But, I mean, slowing down just before a tough turn, yeah. That's what I intend to do. I mean, you just look at the splits, man. You look at the time splits, and, I mean, World 1, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, that's barely anything. Cleaver's Kiln, the time to strive for is 6 minutes and 40 seconds, but I've been able to consistently pull off 6 minutes and 15 seconds, or even better. I mean, Worlds 1 through 3 go by fast. But then you look at World 4. It takes longer to get through the entirety of World 4 than it takes to go through the entirety of Worlds 1 and 2 combined. And that's just because that's how the strategy goes. Okay, that was weird, but 6-12. Not bad. World 4 is the start of midterm season. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Worlds 1 and 2 are syllabus week. World 3 is, oh, wait, I can do that. You know what, I'll do that more often then. Oh dang, that's a DK coin. Alright, nice. Alright. Here we go. Alright, doing well so far. And this level always irks me, the fact that Unguard, I'm so used to DKC 1 where Unguard is so readily available in every water level. Like, not only is he there in every water level, but it's tough to miss him. Unless we're talking about Clam City. That is the one level where it is kind of hard to miss him. Or kind of easy to miss him. But even then, like, Unguard is there. Oh shit, I got a little ahead of myself. Well, that's okay, because Dixie Kong is right here. I feel like these water levels are the ones that hurt my thumbs the most. There we go. Alright, now on to Crockhead Clamber. Man, remember when World 3 used to be Boogieland? Man, now it's so far in the past to the point where if I lose in World 3, we laugh it off as a skill issue moment. Unless it's that one point where I get cheesed by a glitch. Which, speaking of, I'm in the level where that happens. Oh, it happened again! But this time I was not in a situation where it would have screwed me over. So we're fine. I just hope it doesn't happen again in that one section where it really matters. Okay, cool. It didn't happen over there. That's the part where I'm worried about it, because if that glitch happens while I'm over there, there is nothing I can do about it. Oh, really? Even with the flexibility of Dixie Kong's helicopter twirl, it's not enough to be able to safely get back to the cattail if I were to discover that the Crockhead glitch happened. So in a sense, I'm actually at the mercy of a glitch happening, and I have no idea what causes it, so I don't know how to avoid it. So all I can really do is just pray it doesn't happen. It's rare, at least. It's only happened to me like 2 or 3 times thus far. Ha! Got my health back. Alright. The barrel was right there. Ah. Alright, this time I gotta be extra careful. Oh, there we go. And there's the minor annoyance of having to play Slime Climb as Dixie Kong. Man, look how slow she climbs. You can see why once I lost Diddy, it was curtains. Like, I'd say Dixie Kong is best for most boss fights, except for Creepy Crow. I think Creepy Crow is the one boss fight where you actually want Diddy. Because other than that, Dixie Kong versus regular Crow, she holds the egg over her head, allowing her to avoid getting hit by Crow's talons. So that's a good benefit of playing as Dixie Kong. Cleaver's Kiln, same thing. She holds the cannonball over her head, allowing her to attack Cleaver. Oh shit! Oh, that didn't go the way I wanted it to. But yeah, with Creepy Crow, Diddy's the way to go. He's quick enough to be able to avoid the eggs while you're on the ropes. Nice rhyme. Wait, I rhymed? There we go. Huh. I guess I must not have noticed then. Well, I've gotten so good at navigating my way through Bramble Blast where it's not that much of a concern anymore. There we go. When it comes to Creepy Crow, Diddy's the way to go. Oh, dang, I did. Wow, how about that? I love it when I subconsciously rhyme. I remember the internet checkpoint. I know I brought it up before here, especially when I'm playing this level, but man, that truly is a nice place on the internet. It's just a video that on YouTube where it plays that song, and it has the Japanese title of the song and everything. But everyone in the comments section is just so nice to each other, and they treat it as a checkpoint, kind of like a diary, to talk about stuff that's going on. Yeah, even with games like this that I consider to be a masterpiece in the GOAT conversation of games, there are flaws, and you're looking at them right now. Basically everything I have against DKC2, yeah, it's Cudgel. He sucks. Worst boss in the game. It's like, it's just nothing but waiting. Like, you already know how to win, but he just takes so long to beat. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's boring! And it drags on. Like, why do I have to hit him 6 times? It's just waiting. I already know how to win. If they shortened that fight to 4 hits to win, I think it would be a lot more tolerable. It would be forgettable, but it wouldn't be annoying. Oh, I don't like that. The video is getting very choppy. Everything you see on screen right now is what I'm seeing, so if the video frames are getting choppy, I see choppy video frames, and trust me, as the guy who's actually speedrunning this game, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Alright. Alright, there we go. Yeah. Okay, I know I was just singing the praises of Radley the Rattlesnake earlier, but have I ever talked about my best buddy in the whole wide world, Squitter the Spider? I think he's actually the greatest animal buddy in all of Donkey Kong. Like, if I had to have a top 3, it would be, for me, it would personally be, I would have Radley the Rattlesnake at 3. I would have Ungard the Swordfish in 2. And my number 1 is Squitter the Spider. And an honorable mention just outside the top 3 would go to Rambi the Rhino. And honorable mention outside of the top 4 would go to Espresso the Ostrich. The only issue I have with Espresso the Ostrich is availability. Espresso is not available throughout most of the game. I don't know if she's the rarest animal buddy, but she's definitely an uncommon one. And the fact that she's only in Donkey Kong Country 1 also hurts too, because, dude, Espresso would be goated in some of these levels. I feel like Espresso the Ostrich would easily be in my top 3 if only she was in more levels. And if only she was not just locked to DKC 1. Like, really? They couldn't even bring her back for DKC Returns? Or Tropical Freeze? But, so yeah, Radley the Rattlesnake, he's basically Winky the Frog, but better in every way. Like, the maneuvers you can make with Radley the Rattlesnake, Winky the Frog feels like a hindrance and a gimmick, whereas, Radley the Rattlesnake feels like an actual power-up. And you can't tell that it's a power-up at first, because he's got a high skill floor. And that's why Pochi, you know, disagrees with me when it comes to Radley being better than Winky. It's because Winky the Frog, all he does is jumps higher. That's the only thing. Okay, he also kills the bees, but so does Radley, so I think it cancels out. And because of that, I think Winky's just a glorified pogo stick, which I know is ironic, the fact that Radley the Rattlesnake is actually shaped like a pogo stick, but Radley, good lord, the saves you can make. So there's a technique in this game called the roll jump, where if you do a cartwheel roll off of a platform, you can still jump as long as you're rolling before you hit the ground. But if you're not rolling anymore, then you can no longer jump. So this allows you to basically have a mid-air jump as long as you roll off of whatever platform you were on. Radley the Rattlesnake basically has that ability 24/7. Like, the little hops he does in his idle and walking animations don't actually count as jumps. So if he, quote-unquote, hops off of the platform, you can still do a real jump in midair. And if you recognize that, then you can pull off some very sick tricks with it. Or at the very least, you can save your skin in ways that Winky the Frog could never. Ungard the Swordfish. I mean, do I need to explain? Ungard just makes water levels fun. And you know water levels are not fun. So the fact that he can make a water level fun, that already is more than enough to put Ungard the Swordfish in the Video Game Hall of Fame. He makes water levels fun. No! Ah, I didn't jump soon enough. Damn. Oh, there's Yonton. Okay, that's warranted. That's fine. Those get good emotes.
Come on, Cranky. Take it to the fridge.
Yo! Mochi with the jump scare. Oh, Lord. Okay, so I turned off, or rather, I hid the alert box, and it still played the sound. I am so lucky I already died. Because, good lord, that actually spooked me. But yo, thank you so much for the resub there, Pochi. This is your 5th month. Hell yeah. Alright, let me delete the alert box. There we go. I know that's something I don't usually like to do, but for this specific game, I think it's warranted. But yeah, thank you for the support there, Pochi, and Yonton YouTube. Good to see ya. And yeah, that was a skill issue on my part. I didn't keep with the rhythm, and I should have jumped when I had the chance. So that's fair. So called me. Shit, what was I talking about before I made that mistake? I forget already. Well, given how these runs have been going so far today, this might actually end up being the last one of the night, because... Oh, the DK Animal Buddies! Yeah. Right. I remember now. I was talking about Ungard the Swordfish. Yeah, Ungard the Swordfish, he's awesome. He makes the water levels fun. He allows you to move really fast, and he allows you to attack enemies, and Donkey Kong Country 2 just made him even better by giving him the Super Stab ability, which is basically an aquatic version of Rambi's Supercharge attack. So, yeah, good on you there, Ungard. You're goated underwater. My only knock against Ungard, which isn't really his fault, is the fact that he's only available in underwater levels, which are not super frequent. Water levels are not very frequent in any of the games, so you don't get to see a whole lot of Ungard, but when you do get to see him, yeah, you know you're in for a good time. And he can even make Poison Pond bearable. Poison Pond is otherwise a notoriously difficult level, but with Ungard at your side, as long as you take care of him, yeah, he makes Poison Pond bearable. So, that's why he's my number 2. But because I always say the best ability is availability, I gotta give it to my man Squidder the Spider to be my number 1. Now, before I explain why, let's go on ahead and start this run. This is going to be run number 307, likely the final run of the night in 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 0, 7. But onto why Squidder the Spider is goated. He's got 2 abilities, and both of them are excellent. One, he shoots projectiles. If you ever wanted to be Spider-Man shooting webs to defeat your enemies, well, shit, you probably haven't in a Donkey Kong game of all games, but you can! And he's available in Donkey Kong Country 3 as well. So he's there for DKC 2 and 3. What the? And he's just as good in both games. His second ability is that he can create platforms out of webs. Again, there's a bit of a high skill floor, but the biggest boon is that there are more than enough levels that utilize his abilities before you get to Webwoods. Like, you should be used to Squidder's abilities by that point in the game, so that when you get to Webwoods, you can show off your absolute mastery of using the Spider Boy. And to be able to beat the level of Webwoods just feels so satisfying because you've perfected the art of the spider. And it doesn't even end there because, like I said, he's in Donkey Kong Country 3. So, if you haven't had enough fun times playing as Squidder the Spider in DKC 2, just boot up the 3rd game and you'll have even more fun. So, that is why Squidder the Spider is my favorite animal buddy. He's my number 1. There you go, egg up the ass. Another egg up the ass. Bring us! Oh, come on. Bro still lives in the YouTube poop golden age right now. was truly a magical experience. Nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi? What the? There we go. You said eggs, so... You know, I say part of getting older and maturing is understanding that every generation has brain rot, and the brain rot you grew up with was cringe to the generation before you, and the brain rot the current kids are watching is cringe to you. It's like, I feel a little hypocritical cringing at the expense of, you know, brain rot shit like Skibbity Toilet and shit like that. But at the same time, I go back and watch YouTube poop and I'm like, wait, why am I talking shit about the current brain rot when here I am laughing at gay Luigi? Hey, Rincy, what's up? Good to see you, mate. How you doing? TikTok. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right there, clown man. Like, I feel old when I can't get with the times and I don't enjoy the current brain rot that, you know, kids today are watching on the internet. But then I look at the YouTube poops of the mid to late 2000s, and then looking at the early to mid 2010s when MLG was a thing, it's like, dude, loud ass dubstep with Mountain Dew Doritos and smoke weed every day, like, bruh. That's some stupid ass shit that I used to laugh at when I was in high school. So, you know what I have to say is, I think all forms of brain rot are cringe. We just cringe less at the ones we grew up with because we just have too much nostalgia. The rose-tinted glasses of nostalgia are what stops us from cringing at old memes. You look at the old videos of, that's Mama Luigi to you, Mario! And it's like, ha, I like that, that's funny! Because I feel nostalgic, because I used to laugh at those jokes all the time when I was young. It could be that stupid humor used to be funny. Well, yeah, that too. But even then, the word funny is just inherently a subjective thing. Things you find funny, other people might not. I mean, hell, nobody finds me funny outside of my friend group, so that's already an example of that. Oh, what the? I thought there would be solid ground underneath that. Okay. That was me trying something new, so... trying out a new strategy, so... yeah, that's fine. Go on ahead and clown me. I was trying out a new strategy, and I didn't quite pull it off the way I wanted it to, but... At that point, I was just doing science. It was only World 3-1, so it is what it is. So we're gonna have another run at it. This one might be the last one of the night, unless I do something stupid again. But yeah, stupid humor. I feel like stupid humor is done differently, and that is why, you know, some things you might find funny. I guess the timing and the delivery says everything. Oh, we were kind of just talking about this earlier, too. Anyways, here we go. Run number 308, probably the last one of the night. Run number 308 in 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 0, Ocho! I feel like this is a very important stream that Six Shot Eagle should be here and taking notes and sitting in the front of the class for this. I feel like this is very vital information that he needs to know. I am always taking shots at my buddies. That's just how I am. And nowhere is that more apparent than the troll you see in the chat here, Yonton1. But we're always like this, so to those of you who may be new here or haven't seen Yonton before, yeah, we're IRL buddies that banter like this all the time between each other. Same goes for Clown Man. So, yeah, we do be like that, so don't worry, and I'm not about to actually ban him, even if there are times I jokingly say I will. That doesn't mean you should test my patience there. He's lying! Help me! Also, Hakuna Matata there, Quinny! How's it going, bud? It's always a pleasure to see you here. Okay, that kind of scared me, lol. Nah, don't worry about it. We're chill like that. We poke fun at each other all the time. That's kind of how we are. Like, having a friend will just say to you, "Oh, good job, you did this well," and "Hey, congratulations." A best friend will say, "Way to go, dumbass." Alright, come on, give me an egg. Wow, he gave me an egg! Let's go! Can he do it again? Unbelievable! He gave me 2 eggs! Wow! Let's go! Always love to see Cooperative Crow. Took you long enough, GG easy, something like that. That's why I always ask, are they really your best friends if they're not always busting your ass 24/7? Though I still stand by what I said at the beginning of the stream, and I am probably certain Yonton hasn't been lurking since the very beginning of the stream. So, since you just showed up here, I'll repeat. I will beat your ass in a video game one of these days. I will invite Yonton over to my channel one of these days. I don't know what game we'll play, but I want to bring him over to my channel one day. Recently, Pochi Mochi got to live out his dream of bringing his butthead best buddy, Game Strain. And he brought Game Strain over to his place and absolutely wiped the floor with him in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Yonzon's like, this old man thinks he can beat me. Old man? You're only 2 years younger than me, you know. Boy, you're only 2 years younger than me. What the hell do you mean I'm old man? Bro's old enough to do his taxes. What are you talking about? Bro, weren't you born in 2001? You do realize 2001 is not that long, or not that far away from 1999. Fight! I guess I could say respect your elders, kid. You're in a different age bracket when filling out your surveys. I'm 20 to 24, you're 25 to 30. No, not yet. I'm still 24 until the 21st this month, but I'm still 24! I'm still 24, dang it! I ain't old! I may be old enough not to find Skibbity Toilet funny, but I'm not grandpa old yet. Oh, damn it. Wow! That was speed! I fell for the same thing again! Dang it! Piss. Well, bring on the emotes, bring on the get good, bring on the skill issue. Like, I admit, I goofed again. Goofy. Yeah, that's some goofy shit right there. Oh yeah, that's right, Yonzon, there's some new emotes that you can abuse. I mean, you can use. Yeah, go on ahead and have fun. Now there's a literal clown emote. I'm sure you're gonna have fun with that one. Goofy, yep. The Clown Man inspired Goofy emote for when Get Good and Skill Issue aren't good enough and you just need to call it out for being a goofy ass. Oh yeah, that's the other emote. There's What's My Name? Dunkachino. That's an old joke that has been around on my channel since the days of my YouTube content, where I took that clip of the Al Pacino Dunkachino and put that audio over Pochi Mochi playing as Donkey Kong, and that's where the joke came from here on this channel. So yep, that's a thing now. Yeah, I'm basing some of my newer emotes off of older references from my YouTube channel. Random sports news again. The Mets lose. The Mets lose! Yes! Alright, I'm actually happy about that because, yeah, right now it is it is a mosh pit in the National League for the wild card spots. So, hell yeah, fuck the Mets. Alrighty then, let's go on ahead and try out number 309. That is going to be the 309th attempt overall in 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 0, 9. Alright, how about I don't fall for that again? How about I just don't fall for that again? I think that would be nice if I don't fall for that trick again. Fuck New York baseball in general. Yeah, fuck New York. It's not about the Mets. Fuck the Mets. Don't hit a home run. Yeah, let's go lose the game, Mets. And as for the other New York baseball team, the Yankees, I mean, do we really need to give a reason why we hate them? Everyone hates the Yankees. They're like the Cowboys. They're like the most hateable teams. You don't even need a reason. You can just hate them, and nobody really blames you for it. Hey, wait a minute. Clown Man, I just realized. Talking about sports is Yonton repellent. Because he's allergic to sports. Keep talking about sports, Clown Man. That'll keep him away. That'll keep Yonton out of here. I swear, Clown Man and Yonton are like the opposites of each other. It's great. I don't even know what that emote is that Yonton just put in the chat. Then again, once upon a time, I was just like Yonton, that I did not care about sports at all. And I had the same outlook as him. Like, I was like, ew, why should I care about that? But then Pochi was like, dude, at least give it a chance. And I'm like, fine, I'll give it a chance. And I begrudgingly turned on the TV, and after that, or not even the TV, I looked at some highlights on YouTube, because it was not on a Sunday. And on that day, I was like, hey, you know what? This actually looks fun. And now, well, I mean, just look at my fucking logo. You can tell where that went from there. Then there's the Kong brothers in the middle. Oh yeah! Trust me, I did not lose any weeb whatsoever. I did not lose any gamer whatsoever. I just added sports. That's it. I did not lose any of the weeb gamer that I have always been for the longest time. And neither has Pochi. Pochi, he and I are the weirdest mix of hobbies you'll ever come to expect. And I wouldn't want it any other way. Oh shit, I think it actually is keeping Yonton away. Wow, how about that? we got a new slogan here for this channel then. A baseball a day keeps the Yonton away. I mentioned baseball because that is his absolutely most disliked sport. Like, he really doesn't... Like, he actually gave baseball a chance, and he really did not like it. Baseball is the worst offender of sports. And the worst part is, that's the only sport San Diego has. So, that's my only option for Major League sports of any kind in my city. But you know what? I like my baseball team. I like the Padres. They've been really fun to watch this year. So, maybe things ain't so bad. Sure, they've never won a World Series, but that's besides the point. Strike, get good. Dang. Clownman seems to heavily disagree with Yonton's statement there on why he doesn't like baseball. Oh, okay, I do not need to bounce off of Cleaver's hilt there. 616, a little sluggish, but overall been keeping the pace. Trust, I didn't care for it until 2 years ago. Ah, okay. Sorta same, honestly. I feel like losing the Chargers and the Clippers has kind of made me appreciate baseball more because, you know, you can't take any sports for granted. You just can't, because with how often, or with how recently San Diego sports teams have fucked off to LA, you can never take it for granted, because you know, one of these days, your favorite team just might leave, and then the city has nothing left. The only sport I could sit through is hockey. Oh! Real shit? The players don't even play the sport for the majority of it, only fights. Ha! I mean, I did just recently watch the Stanley Cup Finals, and I cheered on the Florida Panthers for about 1 year now. And watching them win the cup was one of the most fun experiences I've had in sports. So, you know what? While I may not agree with why Yonzon likes hockey more than the other sports, I will say hockey is a lot of fun, and I do enjoy hockey. Especially in the playoffs. Good lord, playoff hockey just has that aura, unlike any other sport. Because it is so fast-paced. It's like someone took the main idea of lacrosse and soccer, but then said, what if it was on meth? I mean on ice. You know what, fuck it, let's just make it both. Add some bath salts for good measure, and you get ice hockey. Oh yeah, it's intense as fuck. Every score feels like 10. Oh yeah. Dude, when I watched Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals and saw Sergei Bobrovsky serve up a 0 on goals allowed, an absolute shutout of the Edmonton Oilers, I I knew he was him. I didn't even need, like, other media to tell me, oh, Sergei Bobrovsky deserves to be in the Hockey Hall of Fame. I didn't need anyone to tell me that. Just what I saw on the TV was more than enough to convince me he's him. He is him. And watching a high-powered Oilers team fail to do anything against him was just so satisfying. Like, that roster is loaded with superstar talent, and yet they still couldn't score a single goal. And it's not like they weren't trying. They were trying their mightest. But good lord, Bob was a brick wall that day. Nothing got past him. And it was so badass watching the whole thing unfold. That's what I loved about watching the hockey playoffs recently. Though, yeah, to give credit to Yonton where it's due, yes, there are a lot of fights that break out in hockey, more than any other sport. And yeah, it's mostly a byproduct of just the absolute intensity of the sport. Like, it's an intense sport, and that's why a lot of fights break out. Don't forget Game 7. Ooh, Game 7. That was a spectacle to behold. Low-scoring game. The Panthers won 2-1, but the tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Like, holy crap, was it. Like, the vibes were just, damn. You could tell that every player on both teams were fighting for their lives out there. And unfortunately, one team had to lose, and that team had to be the Edmonton Oilers. But damn, I have to admit they put up a hell of a fight. It was a damn good show, all in all. Anyways, before we bore Yonton to sleep with our sports talk, let's talk about animal buddies now. I already gave my explanations as to why Squidder the Spider is the greatest animal buddy in all of the DK games. Has changed quite a bit of how I feel about the DKC trilogy, or not trilogy, the DKC franchise, because I always say DKC 2 is my favorite game in the whole series. Like, I love Donkey Kong Country 2. That's no secret, but there are times where it actually isn't my favorite game of all time. Because there are times where I realize, holy shit, Tropical Freeze was amazing. Like, Tropical Freeze is honestly a game that I am glad is getting the recognition it deserves nowadays, because back when it first launched, a lot of people were disappointed that Retro Studios was working on a Donkey Kong game, because at the time, the people really wanted Metroid Prime 4. And hearing that Retro Studios, the company behind the Metroid Prime series, was instead working on Donkey Kong, you know, non-DK fans were just fed up with it. And I will never forget that article that says, oh, Retro Studios is working on another damn Donkey Kong game. Well, that other damn Donkey Kong game came out over 10 years ago. Metroid Prime 4 is actually going to exist, Metroid Dread came out. Now, can the Donkey Kong fans enjoy their game in peace without having to get shit on? I feel like it was so unnecessary for Metroid fans to take out their anger on the DK games, but 2013 was a wild time. It was a very different time than where we are now with Nintendo games. Let's talk about the origin of the emotes. I mean, some of them are pretty straightforward. JK, oh yeah. I mean, a lot of the emotes are very straightforward here. Get good, skill issue are just common phrases that we use. Honestly, the more recent emotes are the only ones that have the more interesting origins. It came out February 13, 2014, yeah. Over a decade since the last DKC game. But yeah, I was referring to 2013 because that's when the Tropical Freeze E3 trailer first came out. Yeah, that's right. People were shitting on Tropical Freeze before the game even came out. They were more mad that it was a Donkey Kong game than the actual quality of the game itself. And I think that's incredibly unfair, because how are you going to dunk on a game before it even comes out and judge it purely because it's not what you wanted? Like, how spoiled do you have to be to treat a game like that before it even comes out? And it's not like this is a new IP or anything. Donkey Kong Country is a franchise that is known for top quality when it comes to platforming. They are some of the best 2D platformers ever made. So you can't just judge something like that. Like it's already unfair as is to judge a game like that before it comes out. But calling a game crap because it's not what you wanted, even though it's from a franchise known for making good shit, like, come on, man. It's like if you had a local restaurant that makes really good burgers and hot dogs, and they make a brand new menu item, and they reveal that it's a new burger that they're making, that they're going to start selling, and you start shitting on the burger before it even becomes available because you wanted hot dogs. You wanted a new hot dog. Like, come on, man. It's like they make really good burgers and hot dogs. Just because they're making a new burger, but you wanted a new hot dog, like, come on, man. That's why, there was a lot of tension between DK fans and Metroid fans during the early 2010s, because, I mean, I get where they're coming from. I get where the Metroid fans are coming from. Nintendo has been notoriously bad at communicating and giving the fans what they wanted during that era, but it felt so wrong that they directed that hate towards DK. And I feel like that's the big reason why they're not making DK games anymore. Because Tropical Freeze was so negatively received at the time of its launch, it didn't matter how good the game was. It wasn't Metroid. So I feel like Nintendo is just not willing to invest all that time and resources into a new DK game if this is how the fans are gonna react. And honestly, I can't blame them. No! Squitter! My boy! No! Not my boy Squitter! Damn. Well, I have to beat this level without him. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oof, I did it, but dang. Alright. Time for, Diet Haunted Hall. Okay, so I got a question for some of you guys. Especially those who are familiar with my YouTube content that I used to make way back in the day. So there are several projects that I have revealed but never actually got around to completing ever since making the switch from YouTube to Twitch. Which of those do you guys really want to see come back? Because I have the Monster Hunter flagship montage, where it's all just highlights of me fighting every flagship monster from every Monster Hunter game. There was another Among Us video that I never finished. Oh, why'd I do that? Let's see, what other projects did I have? Shit, there were a few others that I'm forgetting about. Oh yeah, a Smash Bros. Ultimate video montage of, the second Fighters Pass DLC. So which of those do you want to see? Because I am planning to go back to YouTube, eventually. So I'm curious to hear which of those, or if you don't want any of them to come back and you want me to make completely new content, that's an option too. I'm just curious to hear what you guys think, because it feels a little wrong, or okay, it feels very wrong to announce a project and then basically cancel it. So I want to know what you guys want to see make a return. Same Smash for December. What do you mean same Smash? Like, oh, you want to see the new Smash Bros. Video that I promised but never got around to making? Oh, save it. Oh, you want to save it for December? Oh, why December? Is it for the 6th anniversary of the game's launch? the only reason I can think why you want me to save it. Okay, yeah. Okay. Alright. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I can say the Monster Hunter montage video that I'm working on, I feel like it's what I would call development hell. Because I've made enough progress on the video to where I have nearly 20 minutes worth of edited content, but that content was made so long ago that upon rewatching, I actually cringe because I'm like, dang, I can do so much better than that. But that would require me to erase many, like, years worth of work at this point. So I have this conundrum where if I redo the whole project, I have to start over from scratch on something that I've worked on for years at this point. But at the same time, I feel like its current state is just unacceptable for my current standards of content creation. So I kind of don't know what to do with that video. It's Among Us for late October because of how spooky it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get that. I kind of feel like at this point, maybe, and I say big maybe, I should let the Monster Hunter one stay canceled because, again, it's a lot of work, and the fact that I have to erase all of it because it's just not up to par with my standards nowadays. And I'm not gonna act like I'm this pinnacle of top-tier YouTube content, but, like, it's genuinely cringe, and it's not what I would make nowadays. And then here's the other conundrum, is that if I continue where I left off on that project, it's going to be painfully obvious about a third of the way into the video that there's gonna be a sudden, like, spike in quality. Post as is? Like, my argument against posting it as is that I make videos primarily to entertain myself, and if you guys end up enjoying the videos, then that's more power to you guys. But, like, I feel like I don't enjoy the videos. Like, I don't enjoy what I've worked on. But I also get what Yonzan's getting at, too. I feel like it might be best to start over Monster Hunter and release it in mid-January before spring. Oh, you think I should start over? You know what? Another reason why I think I should start over with that one is because of one crucial factor I just realized is, footage for Gen 1 Monster Hunter, I used Monster Hunter Portable as the game that I used for all Gen 1. But recently, I got Monster Hunter 1 on the PS2, and I played it on stream for you guys. So, because of that, I don't have to have the Monster Hunter 1 footage be on Portable 1 when I have the real deal OG, authentic Monster Hunter 1 that I could use instead. So I guess the choice is between keeping it as is, which is, in terms of workload, that is the easy option. But, I think it's more genuine if I were to start over, but it's also a lot more work. I guess that's the decision that I have to make. And I like hearing what you guys think, because with the fact that I'm having a hard time deciding, it's always good to hear other people's perspectives. Like, I want to hear what you guys think, because I'm so indecisive about it. You're a streamer, gonna be a full-time student in a few weeks. Alright, hold on, let me finish reading the argument after I finish this boss. Okay, you're gonna be a full-time student in a few weeks, and if you want the best quality, you may have to start over and do it when you can. Do what you want, work what you're proud of, or something that you just got it over with. You know what? After thinking it over, I decided I'm gonna start the project over. I know that it's a bit disappointing that it's gonna take even longer before the video comes out, but the main reason I was going to post it in the first place was as sort of a hype montage to hype myself up for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Well, Sunbreak is already out, and the next entry in the series, Monster Hunter Wilds, has already been announced. So, you know what? I think I might be better off waiting until Wilds. And by starting over, I give myself something to do in the meantime before the game comes out. You know what? I think I'll just go that route. World 5, we meet again. When does Wild come out? I think it's next year? Ah, shit. There we go. Got Dixie back. There we go. Okay. Hey. Yeah, I'll do that. I don't know the exact date when Wilds comes out. I don't think they've even announced that yet, but definitely, because of the circumstances, I think it's best to restart that project. And hey, I it means I get to re-record the Rathalos fight with a genuine PS1 or PS2 now. Like, I don't have to use the PSP emulator for Monster Hunter Portable. I can just play the actual PS2 original. I think something like that is more fitting because Monster Hunter Wilds is an anniversary title. And anniversary titles in the Monster Hunter series have always been some of the best ever. Like, some of the best games ever. So, you know what? I think that would be the perfect time to do a hype montage. I'll do that. Because every 5-year anniversary title, we've had Monster Hunter Tri, which was revolutionary for a Monster Hunter game. And it was just awesome in its own right. For 10-year anniversary, it was 4 Ultimate, which is, in my opinion, the best story in any Monster Hunter game so far. And then for 15 years, it was Iceborne, which I think is the best game in the whole series as a whole. So, it's always been the best of the best every 5 years, and I think Wilds is going to be no different. I think it's going to be another absolute banger of a game. Oh, there we go. Goosty Glade once again. Oh boy, I got my trouser snake. Let's go. Oh, calm down there, Radley. There we go. Ooh, that's save. This is why Radley is better than Winky. I instinctively Yoshi'd him in case I didn't make it. Oh, that's messed up. I'm glad I made it, but like, dang. I feel a little bad that I instinctively tried to Yoshi him. Like, here I am singing the praises of Radley the Rattlesnake, only for me to betray him like doing the Yoshi on him. I'm sorry, Radley. It was a force of habit. You dog! Oh, that was so fucked up. Nah, that's not even goofy. No, that's not even funny. That was mean. I shouldn't have done that. I'm a monster. Also, fuck this level. I hate this level so much. I hate parachute panic so much. This level does no favors for my anxiety. It's a fitting name. Oh yeah, not just because of the pun, because it actually does make you panic. Cool. Oh, this part. Yeah. Alright, come on. Alright. I don't want banana coins. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Oh man, the stress is up to 11 with this level. Oh, this part. Alright. Come on. Oh, this part. This part fucking sucks. No! No! God! God, I hate this level so much. Freaking. This level is so painful. This level is so fucking painful, I swear to God, man. That part always gets me because you have to be so perfect. Well, that's gonna do it for tonight, everybody. Once again, no dice when it comes to World 5. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'm your host, Filthy Kong, and here's the schedule for this week. So you just watched Donkey Kong Country 2, the One Life Speedrun Challenge. Unfortunately, I still can't get past World 5. You saw I got very close on multiple occasions, but couldn't quite cut it. The new Boogieman has arrived, and yeah, pain. Hopefully less pain. Tomorrow night at 6 p.m. I'm going to be playing The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. This is going to be my very first playthrough of this game. This is, I have already beaten the third dungeon of the game, the Great Bay Temple. So I'm doing a few more side quests, as well as a little bit of backtracking before actually progressing the main story. So, hope you look forward to that. And with that, let's go on ahead and look for a channel to raid to. So, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Oh, but before we go, I want to say a huge thank you to Pochi Mochi 24 for the resub. Welcome back. Good to see you here for 5 months now. We got Robot the Rob, who gift subbed 5 subscriptions to the Filthy Crew. Thank you guys so much. Or thank you so much, Robot the Rob, for giving all these random viewers the funny emotes. Also, Robot the Rob, thank you for following. The Bappy. Screw you. But also, thank you for the follow. I remember you from the TF2 stream. Yo, he goated. I know, right? Robot the Rob just showed up out of nowhere, gift subbed 5 random people here on my channel, follows my channel, refuses to elaborate, and then leaves. Like, that is just some Giga Chat energy right there. So, props to him, and thank you so much for the follow and the gift subs. That was awesome. But anyways, let's go on ahead and open up Switch then. Let's see who's available. Please let there be someone cool. Let's see here. G! He's available. Let's see what he's playing. It just says retro and... Oh, he's playing Link to the Past? Oh, that is so cool. Alright, we're gonna go on ahead and raid our boy Necro G. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm your host, Filthy Kong, and I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow night for a special announcement and for some Majora's Mask. Good night, everybody, and thanks for watching.